conduct this meeting similarly to an in-person meeting. However, please be patient if there are technical issues. While this is being conducted via audio only and public comment will be via telephone only, a full video and audio recording will be available to the public for future viewing. There was a conflict with another meeting that is regularly televised on the second Tuesday of the month when we don't typically have special meetings. Item number 2 on our agenda is roll call. Mr. Leonard.
Commissioner Mills.
Present from Ann Arbor.
Thank you. Commissioner Milstein.
Here from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Gibb Randall.
Here from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Here from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Abrams.
Here from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Here from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Dish.
Here from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Lee.
Also here from Ann Arbor.
I think I know how this is going to end. Commissioner Clark.
Here from Ann Arbor.
All right, we have a quorum.
Quorum, but nobody's on vacation.
Yeah.
An exciting place. It's okay. Item 3 is approval of the agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda? Moved by Commissioner Abrams, seconded by Commissioner Lee. Any discussion of the motion? All in favor, please raise your hand or say yes. That looks to be everyone. The motion carries. So we're on to item number 4, which is the public comment. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about an issue that is not listed as a public hearing on this agenda. So note that the Planning Commission will be holding a dedicated public hearing on the proposed TC1 Transit Corridor Zoning District. If you wish to address the Planning Commission on any other matter, now is the appropriate time. You can indicate that you'd like to make a public comment by digitally raising your hand on your telephone. You do that by pressing *9. City staff will call on those who have raised their hand by the last 3 digits of your phone number. You'll first hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak, and to unmute your phone, you may need to press *6 on your phone. When speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sounds so that we can hear you clearly. And as is our custom, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. So again, it's *9 to raise your hand and then *6 to unmute. And this is not the time to talk about the transit corridor. There'll be a special public hearing for that.
Caller with the phone number ending with 451. Caller with the phone number ending with 451. You can unmute your phone using *6, and you have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. My name is Julian Carpenter. My address is 1266 Jewett Avenue, 48104. I would like to ask the commissioners to make a motion to the chair to reconsider the home occupations question that was decided during the Planning Commission's last meeting, specifically by removing or amending 4H machine shop metalworking. I have started and built a small specialty manufacturing company in Ann Arbor. We are not located in a residence. I have an industrial property that we use, but I work with several people who would fall into this category, and they, across the board, are contributors to the community and the economy of this area. We are not just talking about people in their garage using an angle grinder at 3 a.m. In fact, very specifically, these people do not do that. They are respectful. Their operations are quiet. Most people don't even know that they have any equipment in their home to make things. And these are old physics professors from the university, extremely specialized machinists from the industry who have a different career now. But as a manufacturer in the area, I and our other partner companies use these home machine shops occasionally and regularly for one small job here, one small job there, and they are a larger part of this community and economy than you might think. And we would have a I don't know where we would go for those very specific, high profile, little one-off jobs that big shops with big buildings and big overhead don't have the time or the personnel or the skill set to take on. And I would really like to see a modification of that part of the proposal to basically my question here is, what part of the rest of the code of living in this town doesn't handle the possible issues that an irresponsible home machine shop would present to the community? Noise, disruption,
30 more
odor,
seconds.
mess. Though there are already rules to handle those things, why do we need a rule that impacts the economy and the skill set and the creative attitude of this town for no apparent reason? Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with a phone number ending with 481. Caller with a phone number ending with 481. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi there. My name is Francis Esmond White. My address is 4477 Keebler Court, Ann Arbor, Michigan, 48103. I am not entirely familiar with the reasoning behind the recent changes, but listening to the video of the meeting last week, it seemed to me that the proposal is backed by great intentions, but maybe doesn't have the breadth behind the discussion of the perspective of people who invent and fabricate things. Much like the previous caller, I'm a scientist and an engineer. I end up fabricating a variety of different one-off projects from my home as part of my small business, including 3D printing, assembly of electronics, writing software, designing and making optics, and mechanical systems, including small amounts of metalwork. I certainly wouldn't typically call myself a metalworking business, but certainly elements of what I do would involve metalwork. And obviously I wouldn't want to be in violation of any kind of city codes. My neighbors would never know what I'm up to because none of it would display from the street, don't have any kind of retail presence, don't have employees coming to the house. It seems like most of the concerns that would otherwise be present are accounted for by noise ordinances, space use ordinances, in terms of number of visits to properties. So it seems that the ordinance would put an undue burden onto people in a very specific category that would probably be very difficult to enforce anyways because of the nature of how people would describe their own business. I certainly would never describe the products that I would make as artistic products. They're definitely scientific tools. But that said, what is the difference between somebody who might be a nuisance in the community making a piece of artwork versus, for example, a one-off scientific instrument? I'd say it's a nuisance anyways. It's much better handled through other means to prohibit any kind of behavior that would be a problem in the community through that way rather than labeling by occupations. And that's my entire I guess I should also say I have no control over delivery services.
30 more seconds.
So Amazon, FedEx, UPS, DHL, they have occasionally showed up at my house on Sundays well after 8 p.m. and I'd have absolutely no control over that, whether it's commercial or non-commercial activity.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 560. Caller with the phone number ending with 560. You can unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission for 3 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Robert Lajeunesse. I live at 6 Southwick Court, Ann Arbor, 48105. I also would like to ask that you reconsider the motion for listing machine shop metalworking. But I also think that the entire change to 5.16.6.h is perhaps something that should be reconsidered, because the previous version had the reasons why a facility would be objectionable. You've taken out those reasons and switched them over to the types of facilities. Well, there are new types of facilities all the time, but the reasons sure say the same. I'd like to see it reverted back. If you can't do that, certainly machine shops, I don't know what constitutes a machine shop. I'm a small business consultant, and if I want to build small machines and sell them, does that make me a machine shop? Sure, they're smaller than a card tabletop, but not that. Does that make me a machine shop and a violator? I hope not, but it might. I have a highly respected musical teacher friend who has a recording studio in his basement. And by gosh, he's done some commercial records out of that recording studio. Is he now illegal? It doesn't irritate his neighbors for what he does. So, I think calling out the occupations that are objectionable is a mistake. It should be the reasons you want somebody to not be doing something at their house. And that was perfectly stated in the previous version, where there was, shall not generate vibrations heard off the premises. That I can understand. Noise heard off the property, I can understand that. But the current version just doesn't seem fair to very many people, and it seems unwise in the long term. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 642. Caller with the phone number ending with 642. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the commission for 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Eleanor Jones. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good. I'm at 1319 Olivia, Ann Arbor, 48104. I agree wholeheartedly with the previous speakers, but especially the speaker just ahead of me. I think that it is discriminatory to identify specific activities as opposed to the effects of those activities. I think that this can be easily and more effectively and fairly regulated by addressing what effects you may not cause, rather than singling out, for example, metalwork. I think that metalwork should not be treated any differently from woodworking. There is no reason that a person who is creating inventions, designing new tools or scientific instruments or any number of things should be treated any differently from the person building their own coffee table out of wood. So I would beg you to consider rewriting this as the effects as opposed to outlawing specific occupations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending with 760. Caller with the phone number ending with 760. You can unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission for 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent. Good evening. My name is Francis Mills. I'm at 5 Parkview Place in Ward 5 of Ann Arbor, and appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm a longtime listener to the Planning Commission, but this is my first time calling. I think there are other people this evening that can have some great stories to tell, but I'd like to focus in particular to start with on process. I'm hoping this evening that someone on the Planning Commission can make a motion to the chair for reconsideration of the question that was decided last week on the new home occupation ordinance. In particular, I'd direct you to your bylaws, which state that the commissioner voting in the majority has the opportunity to have a question reconsidered so long as it happens at the next regular meeting. I understand that there's some bits unusual about next week's meeting and that this is a special meeting. So there's perhaps some ambiguity. I'd like to make sure that the opportunity isn't missed. And in particular, in my review of the bylaws, I believe that special meetings can have items added so long as there is unanimous consent of the commissioners involved. So I guess first I would ask for your unanimous consent to add an issue to this evening's meeting. Number two, if the issue is reconsidered, I would ask that a commissioner make a motion to the chair for amendment to the language, specifically to remove Article 4H, the prohibition on machine shop / metalworking. I'd appreciate if a commissioner could second that, and that as a group you could have a majority vote to uphold that motion for amendment. Following any other discussion, I hope you could also have a majority vote to then approve the reconsideration as amended. Additionally, I would say that there's a large community of makers in town that do specialize in metalwork. There's a large community of artists who work in metal that from time to time have to have fill-in work between their more artistic jobs, and often end up taking on freelance work for specific construction of more functional or
30 more seconds
non-artistic items. And so I guess I would say that there are a lot of folks out there. I'm hoping that tonight we can show interest, and I know that with the coming weeks we can probably increase that interest, so that for the intervening council meetings and perhaps first reading and second reading, if it's not taken care of tonight, we can take the energy to do it in future. It'd be great if we could all save the time and get it sorted out tonight, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 189. Caller with the phone number ending with 189. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission. Caller with the phone number ending with 189.
You can unmute your phone by pressing *6.
There you go.
Hello.
Hello, now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I'm Michael Flynn. My address 1601 Pontiac Trail, Ann Arbor 48105. Let's see, my business is called funexhibits.com, and I make science, like spectacle, toy, art, permanent public art exhibits for museums. So they're super durable and unique and amazing and fun and really pretty. Anyway, so I rough them out in my garage, and I've got metalworking tools, and I got a drill press, I got a welder. So I prototype things, and I don't think you could really categorize. I'm not a machine shop, whatever. I prototype things. So I do everything, there's electronics, and there's chemistry, and there's whatever, and storage. And so I've sold my stuff all around the world, and it's a real thing, and it's homegrown right here in Ann Arbor, and it's terrific. And now it's not the time to be modest. I got some kick-ass stuff, and the people at MakerWorks have helped me, like when I'm ready to make it even better than my rough prototypes. And my buddy Marty Hedler really is a super techno geek. Anyway, I think that's all I needed to say. Mostly, one last thing. In Ann Arbor, there really should be a haven for inventors. So you can't shut us down. Like, that's just silly. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 439. Caller with the phone number ending with 439. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission for 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. This is Ari Morris. I live at 1306 Harp Street in Ann Arbor, 48104. And like the other callers, I would like to ask the commissioners to make a motion to the chair for reconsideration of home occupations question that was decided during the Planning Commission's last meeting. Specifically, I'd like I'd hope you would reconsider the motion by removing Article 4H about machine shop and metalworking. I agree with the callers that you've heard so far, and I think they have spoken quite eloquently about the need to consider, rather than singling out specific occupations, rather it should be focused on what the potential damage or harm is from those occupations. So things like noise ordinances and parking ordinances and so on are really the appropriate way to regulate this kind of activity. But rather than trying to restate what they've said so well, I just want to share a little personal experience of mine. So I grew up here in Ann Arbor, and a friend of mine, his father had a machine shop in his garage, and he did mostly tinkering in that machine shop. He also did some professional work for the University of Michigan. He was a machinist by trade. So I grew up as a teenager watching him make metal parts, fabricating from scratch, just absolutely nothing, starting with just a block of metal and ending up with something that was really precisely machined, and I'd never seen anything like it. And it was, it was pretty cool. It was something that you don't get to see every day. Most of my teenage friends had never seen anything like that and probably never would. And that kind of experience engendered in me a real passion for understanding how things work and how they're made and how we can take an idea and bring it to fruition. And I carried that passion with me really through my whole career. So I now work at the Ann Arbor Hands-On Museum, where I hope to engender that same kind of passion in the children and families who come and visit us day in and day out, or at least they would if it weren't for COVID. But at any rate, I would not have had that kind of experience if this ordinance had been in place and if he was not allowed to have a machine shop. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you so much for considering this, or for rather reconsidering this. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 984. Caller with the phone number ending with 984. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission.
Again, it's *6 on your phone. That should allow you to unmute it. Person whose telephone number ends in 984. There you go. Oh, it's remuted. Try it one more time. *6. Go ahead.
Caller with phone number ending with 984. You're unmuted. You can address the Planning Commission.
Maybe we'll try. Yep, we'll come back to you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 981. Caller with the phone number ending with 981. And press *6 to unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. My name is Nate Forge. I live at 289 Sunset Road, Ann Arbor 48103. Lived here for 15 years. I grew up in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I'm calling in tonight to voice my concern and ask the commissioners to make a motion to the chair for reconsideration of the home occupations question that was decided during the Planning Commissioners' last meeting, and also to ask more specifically the commissioners to amend the reconsidered motion by removing Article 4H, machine shop / metalworking. I don't currently run a home metalworking shop business, but I have a hobby shop that I use. And occasionally throughout the years, I have done some subcontract work, small specialized items for, local business owners in town, researchers, things like that. I have a full-time job in sales, but occasionally have taken on small specialized jobs. In particular, emergency work is something that I've done over the years when something has to be back online and it needs to be repaired quickly. And coming from being born and raised in Ann Arbor, Michigan, one of the most wonderful things about it, I happened to grow up in Burns Park, was my exposure to all of the interesting, talented people in town. And I came from a family, I'm in some ways a third generation metalworking person. My grandfather was a tool and die maker, or a tool maker at the University of Michigan, after he immigrated with my father and of course his wife. And so this is something that's been in my blood for generations. And I think it's just very important that we don't prohibit people from doing things in their own homes to contribute to the economy and aid local businesses and researchers and whatnot. So I'd also like to thank everybody, participants and commissioners and whatnot, officials. And I'd like to say thank you to everyone for contributing to your civic duty. So that's all I have to say. I just appreciate everybody listening and hope that's helpful. Thanks.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 652. Caller with the phone number ending with 652. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, I'm Doug Jones. I live at 11777 Bemis Road, Manchester, Michigan. I was born and raised in Ann Arbor. And I'm want to talk about or speak in support of repealing the 4-H machine shop meddling whatever thing, metal working ordinance or something about that. But not so good with those details, but I just wanted to tell the story of what I'm going to call the secret space program of Burns Park. So in the 80s and 90s, my dad had a machine shop in Burns Park. And I feel like it was the incubator for several patented inventions and their prototypes, some of which were to be flown on the space shuttle. And we weren't the only family with an important home machine shop in the neighborhood either. His buddy's shop was just a couple blocks away. Again, these are projects that flew in outer space in the 90s. I just wanted to say it's a very positive impact that these home inventors can have. My dad was working at the time when he made the workshop. It was sort of financed by a government project to work to do research behind a wake shield facility in outer space that was to do research on semiconductors and a greater vacuum and zero G and all that. Anyway, this is technology that sort of enabled one way or another, and just him and people like him, the entire thing, the iPhone convenience culture that we have now and take for granted and we all depend on. So I think it's something that's not giving a fair due, especially professionally. I mean, maybe even
30 more seconds.
Even encouraged more vigorously than just doing it for art's sake. So to do it as your livelihood should not be discriminated against. So that's it. I'm dropping the mic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 981. Caller with the phone number ending with 981. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission. Caller with the phone number ending with 981. You can unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission using *6. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think I must have taken someone else's spot because I've already spoken. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Caller with the phone number ending with 400. Caller with the phone number ending with 400. Please, you can press *6 to unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yep, go ahead.
My name is Al McQuarters. I live out on 1989 West Liberty Street in Ann Arbor. My primary occupation is woodworker, not metal worker, as it were, but it concerns me with the sort of arbitrariness of picking out metalworking shops as being unacceptable as a home occupation. And I'm a little worried that next year maybe it'll be woodworking, or the year after that it'll be pottery, because I see no rationale behind that decision for this ordinance. As a result, I would ask that the Article 4H and the proposal be reconsidered, and perhaps a better way of addressing this, as some of the other people have indicated, would be through existing ordinances. There are ordinances already regulating time from 8 to 8 during the day, noise. And I think it just is a solution looking for a problem. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending with 455. Caller with the phone number ending with 455. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission.
Hello, my name is Quest Picales. I live at 1518 Granger in Ann Arbor, and I do not have. I'm calling regarding the recent ban on machine shops in Ann Arbor. I don't have a machine shop myself, but I do have a neighbor close by who I've lived next to for years that does, and it's never been a problem. There's not really any ascertainable noise. It's just never been an issue. So I would like to add my voice to the chorus of other callers that have given a lot of good reasons why why this change should be repealed. It seems to me, I guess I agree with the other callers, that they're doing a blanket ban on one specific industry is not really a good way to solve the problem. There's maybe better ways would be as other people have said, to a noise ordinance or a nuisance ordinance. But to do a blanket ban to me does not make sense. It's kind of a slippery slope. So that's it. I'm going to keep it brief. I know you have a lot of other people that need to speak, so I just wanted to give my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 684. Caller with the phone number ending with 684. You can unmute your phone using *6 to address the Planning Commission.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
So George Albercook, 424 Little Lake Drive, Ann Arbor, Michigan. I'd like to bring up a couple of things that it seems this is an unintended consequence. I haven't heard anybody calling and saying this is a great idea. But in my father's generation, every chicken coop and barn and garage had a machine shop in it making parts for the war effort. And that may seem very distant, but a year ago, everybody I knew in the maker community was making PPE or something to help out with COVID. We had discussions about making oxygen separators for people that might have need them if they run out in the hospitals, and there's been examples of people running out. These are going to continue, and 3D printing right now, it's plastic. Most home shops can't afford metal making ones, but you can do just like lost wax casting to convert wax into jewelry. You can convert 3D printed parts into metal. So rather than see a diminishment of this, I think that this is a resource that can help society, and as tools become cheaper and more available, you can now make some of your own CNC machines to machine metal and wood. So that's the direction we should be going in. I think this must have been an unintended consequence. And I thank you for being the designated spear catchers tonight. So thank you very much. I'll let other people speak. I agree with everything that I've heard so far. Bye.
Thank you. There's one more person in line. So if anyone else would like to join the queue, please press *9 to raise your hand. Again, this is the opportunity for public comment on something that's not on the agenda, which is the transit corridor zone. So we'll get to that after we close public comment period.
Caller with phone number ending with 728. Caller with phone number ending with 728. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
We can now. Yep. Go ahead.
My name is Thomas Valerio. I live at 404 Westwood in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I agree with everyone else that's spoken. I'd just like to make a couple of comments about my experiences. I'm an IT person, but I've spent my life working around shops, both woodworking, all kinds of shops, woodworking shops, metalworking shops, plastic shops. I had an ex-neighbor who's gone now who had a woodworking shop, and there was a fair amount of noise. I don't know what the whole rationale is for all of this, but I do metalworking here, not always professionally, but oftentimes there was far more noise coming from my neighbor's woodworking shop than noise I've ever made. One other comment that I would like to make is a friend of mine that I've known for probably about 30 years at least. He was about 40 years ago. He was a recent graduate of the University of Michigan, and he was having a hard time finding work. He ended up acquiring a metalworking lathe that he purchased from somebody, trucked it to his house. He was living with his parents, and his parents' home had an exposed basement, so he was able to get that metalworking lathe into his parents' basement. And he was, I think he was just a 20-something at the time, and started a small home business using that metalworking lathe. And that business is now, here we are 35, 40 years later. I don't have any access to his, any specific financial information, but I'm guessing that over the 35 years that this person's been in business, that they've contributed probably between $50 and $100 million to the Washtenaw County economy.
30 more seconds.
And I guess that's all I want to say is that this metalworking occupation needs to be reconsidered, because you're really stymieing where businesses get started, in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 984. Caller with the phone number ending with 984. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission. Caller with the phone number ending with 984. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Go ahead.
Good. Thank you very much. I'm John Bowditch. I just moved back to Ann Arbor from Wisconsin, but I've lived here for nearly 40 years before that. My address is 3642 Apartment 4, Partridge Path. I am the Exhibits Director Emeritus of the Ann Arbor Hands-On Museum. I've been involved with the museum since its founding in the early 1980s. And during the time that I was the Exhibits Director, between 1999 and about 2012, I did a huge amount of my exhibit work in my basement with my machine tools. I was living on Main Street at the time, and without those tools, many of the exhibits that are in that museum would not exist because the museum did not have the money to buy those machines and have them for me to use or had the place to put them. I had the skills and I was able to use those in my work. Similarly, some of you may remember H. Richard Doc Crane, a retired physicist from the University of Michigan. He did the same thing several years ago and was instrumental in making that museum what it is today. So I would really ask you to consider what everybody's been saying tonight. If you value the Ann Arbor Hands-On Museum and similar organizations, just remember a lot of what we've done is because of these sorts of shops. And I thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending with 534. Caller with the phone number ending with 534. You can press *6 to unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening. This is Tom Stallberg calling from Traver Street. I know you've heard me talk a lot before, so I'm going to drop what I was going to say. I can talk to you later about that, and I want to support all the callers so far. I have a home-based business that is legal. Why is mine and not theirs? And I've got a kiln out back. I had a working artist who was a housemate of mine for several years. One of my neighbors across the street and down has a metal shop. And the one next to her's got an amazing loom. She's a weaver. Artists are legal, right? But why not these other people too? I've got the next neighbor down on my side of the street is from third generation from one of a well-known family of metal workers in town. They have a shop not too far away. The drama teacher for our middle school lives down the block on our street. And I spent 3 years as the set director building sets for middle school drama club. And we did that, at home because we had all the tools here because I do property maintenance. So again, none of these activities are illegal, but it sure was nice when we needed something welded that we had a welder on the block. It's a wonderful community that we have here with lots of artists and people who work with their hands and have various tools. And most of them are legal by your ordinance. But why us and not these other people? Please support their request. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 388. Caller with the phone number ending with 388. You can press *6 to unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for taking our calls. I'm also calling to ask you to reconsider your position on 4H specifically, but probably 4 in general of the occupations conversation. My name is Tom Root, and I'm calling from 2732 Englave Drive here in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I spent about 10 years as an owner in the Zingerman's organization, serving the entrepreneurial community. And when we found ourselves in the middle of a financial crisis a number of years ago, a popular question in my group of friends was, should the federal government finance a Manhattan-style project, or instead should it finance 100,000 garages to address the concerns of the financial crisis? I was so taken by the concept of serving the community by way of 100,000 garages that I worked with my partner Dale Grover to found MakerWorks on the south side of Ann Arbor. MakerWorks is a maker space specifically dedicated to many of the crafts and trades that we're talking about with respect to machine shop and woodworking and so on. It has been our distinct pleasure over the last 10 years to serve that community of fabricators, prototypers, and makers. It is troubling to me that we would consider doing anything that would make it more difficult to retain our capabilities in these trades. As I have dedicated a fair bit of time over the last 10 years to make sure that our investment as a community in our trades and our skills
is passed on to the next generation. You have individuals like John Bowditch who have single-handedly, it seems, managed to keep these trades alive. There are many others, of course, but John has been an active part of the community, and it's hard for me to conceive of an Ann Arbor where John is not allowed, as an example, to continue to do what he did, and that's share his gifts and share his talents and ensure that these trades and these skills are allowed to continue. Anything that we would do that would get in the way of that, to me, would be problematic. I appreciate your reconsideration of the prohibited home occupations. I agree with Bob, who talked about it should be the activities, not the occupations, that are prohibited. Thank you again so much for taking our calls and reconsidering your position on this.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending with 595. Caller with the phone number ending with 595. You can press *6 to unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Josh Williams following up on Tom Roop's comments. I'm one of the managers here at MakerWorks, and just to add a little bit to that, we've got about 2,500 people that have come through the MakerWorks doors that are from Ann Arbor, and we estimate that roughly 70% of those people are using the space for some sort of financial gain. Many of those people are doing work from home, and they're relying on us for some specialty tools that we have. And just off the top of my head, that ranges from people that have a business doing jukebox repair, building museum exhibits, professors that are working on medical imaging, scientists that are working on optics to identify plants and their health, startups ranging from people working on cars to adapting cell phones, people working on furniture design, people doing custom restaurant equipment for local bagel factories, people that are working on musical equipment, people building and selling custom photography rigs. That's what I could think of, in about 2 minutes out of, that 2,500 people that we've had walk through our doors with a City of Ann Arbor address. And similarly to what people have already said, many of those people come with stories. I love listening to the people that come into the shop about what got them interested in tools. And one of the most common threads is, I had a parent who had a machine shop in their basement, or they had a small business doing some custom fabrication work on their property. And that's usually the starting point for a lot of these people whose interest is now grown up to people that are helping the FIRST robotics community in the school system, helping people maintain their interest in STEAM and STEM. So there's just, like everything that has already been mentioned here through so many people, there's such an amazing community built up upon people using tools. And this is just another one of those things that would make it much more difficult for people to have access to see, to experience tools. I think that's about all I have to say. Again, just please reconsider listing metal fabrication, metalworking as a prohibited home occupation. And I appreciate everyone here that's voiced their concern, and I really appreciate everyone here that's on the receiving end having to listen to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are at the end of the queue. If there's anyone else that wishes to address the Planning Commission during this opportunity for public comment about anything except transit corridors, please press *9 on your phone. We'll talk about transit corridors next.
Caller with a phone number ending with 224. Caller with the phone number ending with 224. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Dan Pritz. I live at 2901 Bayless. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Great. I'll keep it brief. Like so many of the other folks here, I've got family members who've done similar work. My dad had a machine shop that was mostly for hobby purposes, but also occasionally for small jobs. And I really think that we need to focus on behaviors and effects rather than on what you're trying to accomplish. And that's all I really had to say. But thank you all for your service and for taking the time to listen to us tonight.
Thank you. There's 2 more people in the line. If anybody else, *9 on your phone.
Caller with phone number ending with 223. Caller with the phone number ending with 223. Press *6 to unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission. Caller with the phone number ending with 223. can unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission for 3 minutes. *6 to unmute your phone.
Again, it's *6 to unmute if your phone number ends in 223. There you go, you're unmuted.
Okay, Don Jones here. Am I on the line?
You are, go ahead.
Hello. Okay, very well. Well, it's kind of a selfish motive on my part. I kind of like to continue a career of innovation and creation. I worked roughly 35 years for the university, retired 20 years ago. I still get questions and requests for small parts once in a while from those who need them. So over the years with the university, I was the mechanical problem solver. My skills are a set of taking care of that particular area of expertise. I've been creative all my life. I love it. And to take it away at this point in time, by way of removing my machinery, which I work with my hands, it's life for me. For instance, on my table at this point in time, I'm redesigning a crossbow, which is entirely personal. I have, in fact, raced ice boats, hard water sailing, if you will. Requires almost entirely hand-built components, of which machining is, and woodworking. Consider that a mill and a lathe are the machines which make machines. So that's the basis of making anything you want as far as mechanical, or in fact, well, anyway. So I've got my fingerprints, which have been washed off of planetary probes, rockets, stations in Antarctica and Greenland, and just a number of beautiful projects that were just inspiring to work on. I love the work. It all started with my father having a machine shop many years ago, and it would be a miss if I could not have my toys to play with. Today, I'm 87 years old, and I still enjoy making things. And it's just, it would be kind of a disappointment to lose the machine shop or the shop or the metal machining that I'm working with day after day. It's not commercial at this point in time, nor was it really when I was working for the university, because I got everything made there, but I still had a shop. All right. Well, I must sign off. It's kind of been a wonderful time to do all these creative things involving machining. So I thank you for your consideration of the issue. And so thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 034. Caller with the phone number ending with 034. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Joe Glendorf at 1417 Las Vegas. I would also like to request the Planning Commission to reconsider the machining at home decision. I do know one person who he had lost his job as a mechanical engineer during COVID, and he makes a little bit of money doing CAD design consulting, and at times he has to fabricate parts in his garage, and that's what he can do to make a little bit of money at the moment because he's been laid off. I also know another person in my neighborhood. He and his son make small parts to sell to help raise money for his son's college tuition, and that has been a huge benefit to him. He does it in his garage, and he has never bothered me once. You wouldn't even know that he's doing anything in his garage unless you walked right up to it. Also like to consider that at one point, I think back in the 70s and early 80s, I believe the largest private employer in Ann Arbor was a company that did software CNC controls, and they were called MDSI. And So you could also consider the history of Ann Arbor. I mean, machining has a huge history in Ann Arbor. It's in the city's blood. And so I would like you to ask you to reconsider your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone else that wishes to provide a public comment about anything except transit corridors, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Going once, going twice. Okay. Before moving on, just in point of clarification, because we don't often, and since I've been on commission, there's never been anything for reconsideration. Mr. Leonard, can you tell us how that works?
Sure. A motion can be made to reconsider an item that was passed. That can be proposed by any member of the prevailing side, in this case, anybody who voted in favor of the proposed changes to the home occupation ordinance. And the appropriate time to make such a motion for reconsideration would be at the April 20th meeting. That would be the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Planning Commission. Alternatively, the chair could elect to just place it on the agenda on the 20th for consideration without initiating action at the 20th.
Okay. So either way, it seems like next meeting is the time that makes sense to talk about this. Whether through someone bringing it up, I mean, what that looks like, I'm not 100% sure. But that will be the time to talk about it. Go ahead, Mr. Leonard.
I was just going to say, if there is a wide consensus from the Planning Commission now, I would just take that direction to work with you to place it on the agenda for reconsideration.
I would indicate direction in that direction.
Moved by Commissioner Dish and seconded by Commissioner Gibb Randall. And I see hands by Commissioner Lee and Abrams, and I don't know if it's comment or thumbs up by Commissioner Lee. Commissioner Abrams, you unmuted, so go ahead. Oh, that's a thumbs up rather than a comment. Okay.
I was going to second the motion.
There were many seconds. Okay. So sounds like this will be an agenda item on our next meeting for discussion. That will be next Tuesday. That is another unique meeting in that it is our joint with Transportation Commission. So where it is, will likely be at the end of that agenda after we've done our joint business together. But we'll work on that, and thank you very much. Anybody who's on the line calling in next week at 7, that's when we reconvene, and it will be televised. It will be televised. If that makes a difference. Okay. Next up is unfinished business, which is the amendment to Chapter 55 Unified Development Code to create a new transit district for transit corridors. And this is for City Council approval. Ms. DeLeo has a presentation that the planning commissioners are seeing in front of us now, and this will be something that's available presumably in the recording. And just for those who are on the line for this item, we will hold a public hearing after the staff presentation before our discussion. Go ahead, Ms. DeLeo.
Thank you. For anyone interested, I'll be going over some slides that are already up on the website. The city website is a2gov.org. And I think the easiest way to navigate is to go for departments and planning, choose planning. And then on the planning pages, there are city planning initiatives. New zoning district for transit corridors is one of them. And among the, there's a document library. This is already up there on the document library. I'll start a little bit slow in case anyone is navigating to the website, but this agenda item is an ordinance to create a new zoning district named TC1 for transit corridor. As a way of a little bit of background, the Planning Commission postponed action on these amendments following a public hearing last Tuesday, April 6th, Several revisions were requested and have been made, and I'll describe those now. First, to the intent statement. It's been revised to eliminate references to specific transit corridors. Added in are references to the P parking and R5 hotel district. And the language about fronting on a transit corridor has been relaxed. Another change is to the accessory use table. Parking structures were added as a permitted accessory use in the TC1 district. And then the last column, there is a reference to the use-specific standards for parking structures. I'm now on slide 4. And a new section has been added to the proposed ordinance. And we've inserted section 516.3L from the Unified Development Code. And we are adding a subsection to reference the TC district, saying that we are base this language off of the D1 district, saying that in a TC1 district, the parking structure in a building adjacent to the street must be separated from the street by a primary use for at least 25 feet. So you can have parking on the first floor of a building, but fronting the street has to be some sort of shop, office, so forth. Slide 5 describes the changes to the transit corridor development use-specific standards. Here we've got some substantive changes that were made and a non-substantive. Substantive changes are reducing the minimum height of the townhouse apartment buildings on larger lots from 3 stories to 2. This means that everywhere in the TC1 district, the minimum height required is 2 stories. We've added a requirement for street-facing entrances for apartment buildings, added a requirement that garage doors not face any street, reduced the deduction for building frontage on small lots from functionally 60 feet. It was 30 feet plus any side setback required, which happens to be 30 feet as well, to a requirement for 30 feet or 45 feet when adjacent to our zoning. This represents the 30 feet allowance for a driveway, a sidewalk leading toward the rear, plus a conflicting land use buffer of 15 feet. And we have added a requirement that within 100 feet of an intersection, townhouse and apartment buildings are prohibited, and the first story of a mixed-use building must be a non-residential use. The non-substantive change is just simply moving the minimum height and second story coverage requirement from these use-specific standards into the dimensional standards. That's the area height and placement table. Moving to slide 6, this illustrates what's going on with the dimensional standards table. The change here is including the minimum height. If you will notice though that the minimum height is 2 stories, there is not a foot requirement. And the footnote C has been removed from the side setback. It would have required additional height based on the height, additional setback based on the height of the building. It was actually not our intention to do that, so we have removed the footnote from the table. The staff report notes that there is an interactive map tool that has been created for anyone listening. If you have found the slideshow on the web page, then that same page has the interactive map tool. And I believe that planning commissioners were emailed a direct link to use that tool. With that, you can apply a 30, 80, or 300-foot buffer representing our height thresholds from any residential zoning district to anywhere to see what the effect might be. Staff supports approval of these amendments with a condition. We do not support removing the drafted subsections in the intent statement that describe the areas meeting the general intent and specific purpose of the TC1 district. Now, those descriptions could be more generalized, but we believe that offering concrete examples of the areas intended for TC1 serves 2 purposes. It's a way to direct and support either city-initiated or owner-initiated rezonings of these areas. And it also describes, by identifying those areas, the existing conditions and physical characteristics that are appropriate for rezoning TC1 in a way that words alone can't, or we don't have room for that many words. Staff, Planning Commission, we can analyze, Planning Commission can make a recommendation, City Council can approve another rezoning petition better by comparing that petition and its characteristics and so forth with these known areas that we've already described. And landowners can do much similar, accomplish a similar thing. They can self-assess whether the TC1 district would be a good fit by knowing what is already been deemed appropriate. Generally, code language should always strive to be clear, to the point, and useful, and we believe that keeping that subsection would do that. On slide 7, now for a little bit additional background that came, that was requested from the last meeting. Slide 7 shows the identified target area of the South State Eisenhower area, exactly as discussed last week. I've gone through our master plan again, and the gray box identifies where South State Street and Eisenhower are specifically mentioned in our library of planning documents. As a little bit of side note, our master plan is a collection of 8 elements that make up the master plan. The elements include but not limited to a land use element, a transportation plan, non-motorized transportation plan, a parks and open space plan, and a natural features plan. So the land use element, the South State Street corridor element, and the Briarwood sub-area resource document talk about this area in particular. For the South State Street Eisenhower area, the master plan elements collectively support rezoning or upzoning, and they support the design standards we've put forth in the ordinance. The boundaries that staff has suggested that meet the intent of the TC1 district generally correspond to the South State Street area 2 and 3. And this Briarwood sub-area plan also has a geography associated with it. And that Briarwood sub-area overlaps with the South State Street corridor area 2. Now, these recommendations conflict, but geographically, they are identified and overlap. Slide 9 is the Washtenaw Avenue area that we have identified as appropriate for the TC1 district. The master plan review, you'll see the Washtenaw area specifically mentioned in the land use element, in the Reimagine Washtenaw resource document, in the transportation plan element, the non-motorized transportation plan element, and the Northeast Area Transportation Plan resource document. And what those collectively say is rezoning or upzoning is supported, and the design standards that we're putting forth are supported. And the boundaries on the map correspond to the boundaries to the linear boundary of the identified in the Reimagine Washtenaw document. That document doesn't speak to depth, but that document does talk about the Washtenaw corridor being between 23 and Platte Road, but it provides no guidance on how deep. So staff had put forth the previous slide and map about what the depth of this zoning district would be appropriate. Slide 11 shows the West Stadium Boulevard area and staff suggestion of where the TC1 district will be appropriate. And slide 12 identifies what master plan elements are directly related to the West Stadium Boulevard, and it's just the land use element. The boundaries of the proposed TC1 district generally correspond to 1 full and 2 partial areas that are identified in the land use element. In the land use element, they're called the Liberty Stadium Commercial District, and a little bit of the Shopping Center District and the Pauline Stadium Neighborhood District. And finally, here is the boundaries of the Plymouth Road corridor, transit corridor. Staff has suggested that it is the commercial or mixed use zoning districts between 23 and Traverwood Drive. There are 4 components of the master plan that contain some sort of specific recommendation to Plymouth Road. They are the land use element, transportation plan element, non-motorized transportation plan element, and the Northeast area transportation plan document. But none of those have provide any geographical recommendation regarding what might be the Plymouth Road transit corridor. So the boundaries that staff had proposed correspond to the underlying mixed use or special purpose zoning districts. And finally, my last slide, slide 15, is just simply a zoning map. It is now too far zoomed out to have labels on it, but the green is public land, which includes, well, the green is PL for public land, which includes land owned by the University of Michigan. Yellow tones are generally residential, red tones are commercial, and blue and purple tones are office or research or industrial. US 23 is here on the right side of the screen, moving left, and over here in this area, I think I have a PowerPoint pointer, if I can find my mouse. Oh, look at that. And here is the Plymouth Murphin commercial node. But as you can see, there's a lot of public land along the corridor and a lot of residential just behind. I know that I already mentioned our staff recommendation, which is approval, but we do recommend that that one section be added back into the ordinance. In the interest of time, I won't go over previous slides, but I am available, but they are at the ready if needed, and they can be called up with any questions. And I will cede some time to Planning Manager Brett Leonard. I know that he wanted to speak as well regarding a potential resolution.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Alexis, and to the commission. So I wanted to just, we touched on this at the previous discussion on April 6th, but I have provided sort of in lieu of the conversation, I know that the commission has already resolved to strike those specific corridors out of the intent section. So I just wanted to provide an alternative method for the Planning Commission to still follow up on the City Council direction. So just as a reminder, the City Council has asked the Planning Commission for 2 things. One is to propose a new transit corridor zoning ordinance that considers a variety of factors. This ordinance incorporates several of those factors, not all, but we've had discussions about all of those. And then it also additionally suggests requests that you recommend geographies where this district would be appropriate. If the commission maintains striking those specific geographies out of the intent section, which if they were included, I think accomplishes that. I've shared with you via email a little bit earlier this afternoon a simple proposed resolution that would still provide that feedback to the City Council, albeit not embedded directly into the ordinance. The motion simply as presented to you would say that the following geographies should be prioritized for city-initiated rezoning to TC1 Transit Zone Corridor Zoning District and intends to incorporate into the Commission's work plan. The first priority would be South State from Oak Brook to I-94 and Eisenhower Parkway from Maine to the railroad tracks. The second priority would be Washtenaw Avenue from Platte Road to US 23. The third being West Stadium from Maple to Pauline and Maple from Dexter to Liberty. And fourth, Plymouth from Murphin to US 23. I've also included, but not in the proposed motion, some of the other corridors that have come up during our discussions. I've provided 2 segments of South Industrial, one at the northern segment that is more consistent with the zoning patterns we are seeing in the 4 primary corridors where the master plan language is sort of more specific. Then I've separated out South Industrial to the south, which is exclusively manufacturing zoning. Then Packard from Stadium to Stone School. That is that portion of Packard that has mixed zoning districts that might be applicable to this transit district. And then an additional segment of Packard from Springbrook to Fernwood, which is largely the commercial corridor near Platt and Packard, with the corresponding zoning districts. And then finally, Main Street north from Eisenhower to Ann Arbor Saloon Road. So those are just some of the other corridors that have come up in either your discussion at the Planning Commission table or by the public. And if this resolution is the mechanism that the Planning Commission wishes to convey those geographies, it would be perfectly appropriate to do so in that way. And the Planning Commission could modify that prioritization or inclusion of corridors in any desired way.
Very good. Let me pull up the information. Now we'll open the public hearing. This is a opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed amendments to the UDC to establish a new transit corridor zoning district. If you wish to speak on this item, please indicate so by pressing *9 on your phone to raise your hand. City staff will call on callers that have digitally raised their hand, calling on you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. And as usual, please mute any background sounds, state your name and address at the beginning of your comments.
Caller with the phone number ending with 010. Caller with the phone number ending with 010. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission for 3 minutes.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Andrew Sellinger, and I live at 201 South First. I'm the investment director at Oxford Companies, and I'm a member of the Urban Land Institute. I'm in support of the proposed TC1 district, but I'd like to offer some feedback regarding the height restriction. Construction costs are rising rapidly due to increases in material and labor costs. At Oxford, we're eager to invest in the TC1 district on South State. However, we're having difficulty formulating a project that is economically feasible. The reason I'm calling is to encourage the commission to consider a greater height limit, at least in the State Street corridor of 250 feet. The proposed height restriction of 120 feet limits buildings to about 9 stories. In comparison, 777 Eisenhower is 10 stories. So the TC1 district, as proposed, is actually a step backwards. By increasing the height limit, this will help us add more units and spread out fixed costs. Additionally, there are a few neighbors in the South Side neighborhood, so a higher limit will not impact the quality of life substantially. Overall, a height of 250 feet will help encourage more density, which will incentivize more investment in the corridor, and I think it will contribute to the city's goals of improving public transit, walkability, and affordability. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to provide public comment, address us during the public hearing for the TC1 district? If so, you can indicate that by pressing *9 on your telephone.
I'd also like to note that I have Commissioner Lee has recused himself from conversation about this proposed zoning district, so he has been moved out of the meeting into an attendee, so he is not participating for members of the public and commission.
Anyone else for the public hearing? It's *9 if you'd like to provide a comment. All right, seeing none, I will read the motion and we can have discussion. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve amendments to the Unified Development Code to create a new zoning district named TC1 Transit Corridor, because creating a district and the proposed permitted uses, use-specific standards, and dimensional standards are recommended by numerous goals and actions of the city master plan for increasing density along transit corridors. Moved by Commissioner Sauvé, seconded by Commissioner Milstein. Who wants to start off discussion? Commissioner Dish.
I have a couple of questions based on the communications that we received tonight. So the first one that I wanted to raise points out a contradiction that our addition of hotel research warehouse and vehicle repair sites created with half of the first sentence in the general intent statement. So the general intent statement, where is it? I think it's over here. The general intent statement says this district is intended along existing transit corridors with regular fixed service provided by the Ann Arbor Area Transportation Authority on established commercial and office sites, often with deep front setbacks, vast surface parking lots, and lower floor area ratios than the previous zoning designation allowed. So it is no longer limited to established commercial and office sites, but we have now extended it to hotel, where was that list that I read? Well, you've heard it before. Oh yeah, hotel research warehouse and vehicle repair sites. So do we need to adjust that first sentence so that there is no confusion?
I don't believe that it is imperative to address it. I would say that hotels are considered a commercial use. They are not considered residential.
Mm-hmm.
However, on the other hand, obviously the sentence can be revised. So
what about inserting the word primarily between authority and on?
I would happy to, I don't know how formal we would like to be. I'm happy to make that change for the commission if that is what the commission likes.
Does anyone else feel like that's a good idea or just not necessary?
Commissioner Abrams.
Just, do you mind advancing the slide to the one with that language on it? Just so I can.
Oh, wait.
We didn't have that language in the
Hold on, let me swap out the screen share for the language. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
While we're doing that, I'll chime in that I like that. I would prefer that rather than ending the sentence or cutting that entirely.
Mm-hmm.
I would feel much more comfortable with saying that they ought to be primarily of an office or commercial, established office or commercial sites rather than just saying transit corridors, because I feel like there's a lot, like there's way more transit corridors in the city than what we have really given fair shrift to thinking through. And so I feel much more comfortable that way.
And by contrast, it doesn't say exclusively. So
exactly,
we could leave it, or we could put in primarily to suggest that this is not exclusive. You know, yeah.
Commissioner Abrams, now it's up so that you can evaluate it. And I also see Mr. Leonard's hand up.
Just where was primarily going to go? Sorry, remind me.
Between authority and on. So AATA primarily on established commercial and office sites.
You still thinking about it? Do you want to hear from Mr. Leonard?
It's unrelated to that. I just want to note for the commission and to you, Chair Mills, that I've received at least one note that there was a delay in the system for folks during that last public hearing to be able to press *9. It wasn't responding. So I don't know if you would like to open up that opportunity again or continue with discussion.
I sort of anticipated having more people that we might have more people call in. So I'm willing to open it up unless yes, I see thumbs up. So let's put this on pause for just a minute. Since our discussion just started, we'll reopen the public hearing. And Mr. Leonard, if you could, thank you for letting us know, and if you could kindly permit folks who've raised their hand to talk.
Yes. So just as a reminder, for others that are interested in speaking and haven't addressed the Planning Commission during the public hearing on the TC1 proposed transit zoning district, press *9 to raise your hand if you'd like to address the commission. Caller with the phone number ending with 955. Caller with the phone number ending with 955. You can press *6 to unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission.
Hi, everyone. Kirk Westfall, 3505 Charter Place. Thanks for reopening the hearing. I don't know what happened there. You'd think I have enough practice doing it by now. Anyway, I appreciate the changes that look like they're in process. I really appreciate the language referring to proximate to the corridor. However, I wonder how people feel about the red lines on the maps kind of overriding that proximate language. If you have to have those parcels delineated, I wonder what impact that will have on parcels just outside that red line. I think it's a great change to have just the very small areas near corners reserved for buildings that will have amenities for the density that will eventually come. I wonder if the setback the allowable setback might be increased to 15 feet for mixed use, just because I picture places that want to have sidewalk dining, for example, on Plymouth Road, like that Starbucks does near Nixon Road. There might be a little greater distance or flexibility required from fast traffic. Smaller questions about parking structures. Are these being calculated on a square foot basis, looking at maximum area allowed, or just by a plan view footprint? Let's see. I guess I would echo the caller that asked for greater density, greater height allowance if you're 300 feet away from residential. Certainly not unlimited. We know how that went over in the community, but it seems like 150 feet would be a great extension if that's what seems feasible to the development community. The lengthening of the corridors is great. For example, going down to Murphin and so on, I still question why maybe the lower town area isn't included, or Packard and State, or just the upper part of State going up to Stimson, Eisenhower and Ann Arbor Salines, or the Cranbrook area. Again, I think it's because this district, as outlined currently, I think is fantastic, and it offers protection from residential, increasing height as you get away from it. I just, I start to wonder what areas are not applicable for this. I think putting some suggestions in a memo to council could be a nice way of not having it in the ordinance itself. I would encourage you to
30 more seconds.
Look at perhaps just naming streets, Packard Road, South Main, Ann Arbor Saline, Broadway Street, the remaining part of South State Street, commercial or non-residential areas on, without delineating a start and an end place. But if there's a rationale why some commercial areas of those corridors would not be appropriate for this district, I'd appreciate thoughts on that. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And the technical difficulties, which we always apologize for ahead of time during the Zoom meetings. Is there anyone else who wants to address us on this item?
*9 to raise your hand.
Thank you for reiterating that.
I think you've mentioned it once or twice.
Okay. Fill in the time just in case there's that delay. Although we can't blame the TV delay tonight.
I don't see any other indications.
Okay, great. So we'll go back to the discussion of the general intent statement. This is paragraph A, effectively. What Commissioner Dish was suggesting was an addition of a word, primarily. Yes. And we now have it before us so that we can more easily look at it together. Thoughts? Commissioner Hammerschmidt, was that a wave?
I think it's great.
Okay, great. All right, looks good. What I would suggest in a lot of this is that unless there's, that in case there are more, rather than making, like amendments every single time. Let's let staff capture them together, and then we can maybe, if there's anything though that people are not happy with, let chime in and we'll discuss it as it goes, rather than all the motions and voting and all of that. Commissioner Dish.
So the other thing that I wanted to raise from the communications that we received tonight was the concern about the 2-story minimum in the case of existing grocery stores, movie theaters, plant nurseries that might want to expand by building into their parking lots. And we always love less parking lot and more active use. Moreover, I'm concerned about the 2-story minimum discouraging new small grocery stores, even drugstores. We'd like to have these on transit corridors for our 20-minute neighborhood goal. So this wouldn't be a concern in all of our areas, but it would be a concern in the more, it would be concern, say, on Packard. It might be a concern on West Stadium. It really, obviously not on State and Eisenhower, because there we're going to get taller stuff. But had staff considered that, and what is your response to this, this concern raised?
Well, we are not proposing that Packard be considered right now. We have said, for those reasons, we have said that we have focused on these areas where a 2-story minimum is definitely appropriate. And then maybe that's another reason why the next iteration is TC2 for areas with much smaller, narrower, shallower lots. In some discussions earlier today, and looking at the entire city, so we haven't applied the same tests to Packard. And it might be that Packard doesn't maybe need to be rezoned, but maybe Packard needs a special parking district to help with parking requirements or something like that. Anyway, but that would be the response. It's a very valid comment. And that sort of actually speaks to, rather than amending TC1, that speaks to that Packard is not fully analyzed and maybe is not appropriate for TC1.
Mr. Leonard.
I would just add that I think part of the balance is single story, commercial, somewhat singular purpose buildings are what we get now. Those buildings, I think it's a good question whether or not we want to do. Part of the intention of this district was to change the typology of the development that is happening along these corridors into something that has more utility, perhaps more life in different ways over the long term. I don't know that this would, if, for example, a 2-story minimum is added, that might add a barrier to those uses being realized in the future along these corridors. But I think part of the purpose of this is reacting to that type of prototype that's happening now. There's nothing to stop the grocery store from being constructed on these corridors over the last 20, 30 years. This is, I want to be honest. If that 2-story requirement is there, it limits that possibility going forward. I don't know that we've had a lot of market expectation. I don't know that I have a lot of market expectation for that use to happen. And part of this is, should the form of buildings along these corridors look different than those grocery stores, so that when those uses change 10 or 20 years from now, they might have more utility from when the grocery store closes. So it's a balance.
I want to jump in here because height was one of the things that I was thinking about too. And I needed to double check to make sure I think it's in there, but Ms. DeLeo, if you can confirm, for the very deep lots that are, it's still in the ordinance that if it's more than 750 feet from the corridor, you can still have a one-story building. That's what I'm seeing in that table, right? So the idea that if, I don't know, I don't know what is the one where Plum Market is on the west side?
Maple Village.
Maple Village, right? Like some of those back buildings or maybe part of Arborland can stay and things get developed in the front. I mean, I can't think of how many lots we have. I was actually just pulling up the map with the 300-foot contour to see how many lots would be 750 feet deep. But that's still in there, right?
Yep.
So the Kroger and Arborland could stay, right? Like to the kind of grocery store idea. Commissioner Dish.
So could the plum on Plymouth stay? It's right at 23. I'm not asking because I'm afraid we're going to tear it down. I'm just saying, does it conform? I think it's closer than 750 feet.
That's like right on, yeah.
And it's super nice to have that plum there. You know.
Well, if I say now, part of the effort is we are recognizing and we are saying it is no longer acceptable to build one story. Our land is too valuable, our housing needs and our mixed use needs are too great. And if the only way that a one-story building is going to work, then they perhaps need to look at someplace that is not zone TC1. I'm not saying that the uses that you're talking about are not valuable, but there are cities across the country that have found a way to have pharmacies, groceries, so forth, and one-story buildings. I'm sorry, in multiple story buildings. Nothing that is existing today will be torn down by the city. So if it is currently viable and self-sustaining and valuable, I imagine it will stay for a good long time. But this is actively sending a signal because we are choosing, by adopting this, we are choosing to send the signal. Henceforth, one-story buildings are not appropriate in these specific areas, which again sort of speaks to perhaps it's not appropriate, as staff has said, to blanketly rezone the whole city. And so we're not proposing that, but we are saying in these chunks, the transit is there and our other needs are so great that the new prototype must be different than the old. If we were getting multiple story buildings already, we wouldn't be talking about this, but our zoning allows 200% FAR or 300% FAR. But what we're getting is 40% FAR with one-story buildings set back 900 feet and 1,000 parking spaces in front. And so we're saying that henceforth that shall not be so. And you can point to, granted, they're larger cities, but you can point to other cities where they're getting the land uses that we desire. And because we're not getting them voluntarily, we are raising our minimum standards.
Yeah, all of that makes total sense to me. I am just trying to make a practical point, which is that one of the biggest complaints that I hear from people in Ward 1 is that they have to get into a car to go grocery shopping. And one of the great things about Plymouth Road is that it is the one place where, and you see enormous numbers of students, not at Plum, but at Kroger, where you can take public transportation to do grocery shopping. And so when we build a beautiful mixed-use residential building at State and Eisenhower, and there's no place for people to shop, I don't think that we're fully realizing the picture that we're trying to create here, which is to get people out of their cars, because if they have to drive to go grocery shopping, we are creating a conflict with our goals. And I know that there are 2-story grocery stores, but I haven't seen any here. I see them in Chicago all the time, but they're it's, you know, because land is tighter, and I'm sure those are more expensive to build and whatever, and they're fancy. But I'm just trying to think practically here, like, where are people going to meet their basic needs?
Commissioner Sauvé.
I just want to, I guess, weigh in on this conversation and say, you know, Target is showing up downtown in a smaller footprint for those needs, and to kind of move on the comment of like Chicago is tighter. That's intentionally what we're trying to do, is make tighter standards for more compact spaces that could stack on State and Eisenhower, a grocery store on the ground floor of the appropriate size as an anchor tenant with residential above. I think they're complementary uses, and that's exactly what we're trying to incentivize for developers to make those partnerships and add those amenities. We're not seeing those amenities now, and we're not seeing housing now. And what this policy really is trying to do is converge both of those, especially, you know, with the addition of retail at intersections, try to make sure that there's a convergence of both of those and not an isolation of either along all of these. So I see it as a good thing that that we are making it harder. I think there's a lot of incentive and development here for, you know, cheap land and cheaper buildings, and we need to think smarter about like the growing need for sustainability and housing crisis, which means putting people closer and more accessible in all those ways. So I'm okay with making it, like, it's a little difficult to start because we have to change habits, and it's hard to change habits, but we become a better city for it. So that's where I stand.
Commissioner Dish, was there anything else that you had on your list that you want to talk about now, or move on to others and come back? Okay. Anyone else? Commissioner Hammerschmidt, and then Commissioner Sauvé. Well, everybody moved then Commissioner Gibrandel.
One question and then a potential discussion point. I remember back when probably a few months ago when we first started talking about this, and we removed the open space requirement, which I think makes sense in this case. However, I'm just curious if this does what we want it to do, and all of a sudden we have a lot of new residential development along these corridors, and we start to sort of stress out our current public parks. Is there any sort of like, does the city monitor park space per capita, and yes, and then they would be able to like purchase land? And I'm seeing nods. Okay. I just wanted to check. I guess my second comment is sort of related to that though. And actually it's what Mr. Westfall mentioned too, like the setbacks for like plazas or dining, like maybe 10 feet. I don't know if there's a way to, you know, I think we said it's 10 feet for mixed use, right? I mean, I don't know if it gets too complicated to build it in. Like if you're going to use it for outdoor dining, it could be up to 15 feet. 10 feet feels tight, close to the road, to have that kind of outdoor space. And it is that type of outdoor space, especially, well, now during COVID, I think a lot of more restaurant type establishments, coffee shops would want that, but also, you know, that sort of generates more activity on the street, and then you see more people, and et cetera, et cetera. So I don't necessarily wouldn't know if I'm proposing anything. I would just be curious what other people think about pushing that a little bit, maybe with the condition that it has to be for outdoor dining, if that's something that we could do.
I would caution the commission to think about it not in the use specific base, because if it was tied to outdoor dining, you are limiting the utility of that space long term. That is, if you say it can only be 15 or 20 feet if you have outdoor dining, one of the purposes is to create sort of flexible space that has some utility as uses change. I know we've already talked about some of the challenges between residential and commercial. I would just urge you to think about it not tying it to a use, but rather if that is something you want to accommodate, you should just provide the flexibility and the setback for that, so that there isn't a limitation that if it's within 100 feet of an intersection and you can only do, community amenity uses as long as it has outdoor dining. I think you should just think more absolutely about how it should relate to the street.
Okay. That makes sense, because it could be converted into something else. And I guess I just wouldn't want necessarily like a bunch of buildings set back from the street for no reason. So I don't know if there's a way. I don't know if there's a way to like.
Welcome to zoning.
Balance that.
I've got an immediate follow-up question on that though, because we're talking about specific corridors. We know that sometimes the rights of way are vastly different from place to place. And like what's currently established is not actually what needs to, I don't totally understand how that works, honestly. Do we know if any of these places, if 10 feet will feel tight, given kind of where that is, like how narrow the right of way is there? Is that making sense? I mean, I don't know kind of the public and private, how that works, but I just know this comes up. Like sometimes 10 feet feels very, very narrow and sometimes it does not, just given how wide the road is. And
I would say my instinct is these are corridors that this development pattern and then the corresponding capital investments if focus on these corridors are going to evolve, hopefully, to be sort of perform in a transit and multimodal way more successfully maybe than they are now. But for a long time on most of these corridors, I think 10 feet is going to feel pretty small given how those corridors feel and function today. And so I think when you're talking about 10 feet and the different experience, I just think that a 10-foot setback on Washtenaw is going to feel quite different than a 10-foot setback, of course, we experience on Main Street or on State Street or on Liberty. And so, but again, I think that if you want to build in more flexibility there, I wouldn't make it so specific to the sort of initial tenants of that space or somehow limit the tenants of those spaces. I mean, it might just be perfectly acceptable to recognize that, and it could be set back more. That gives flexibility. And one way it gives more flexibility to the options for adding those modes along within an existing right of way, but it's also we're going to lose some of that street presence.
Commissioner
like
Gabriel.
up to, oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's like up to, right? Like you could do 0 or you could do 10 or 15. So it's sort of like at their discretion. Okay.
Yeah, I would say that I think 10 feet is tight with the speed of those roads and also with the fact that we will be introducing, hopefully, more pedestrians and bikers into this. And when buildings are right up close to the intersection in that way, visibility of people zipping by and things like that starts to become problematic. I'll just say that when we designed 618 South Main, that building was set, I think it was 7 feet back from where the right-of-way line is. So it's set back further than what is required there. People have complained over and over and over again about pulling up next to that building and not being able to see. And that's on a road that is a lot slower than what these other roads are. And so it's something to think about, especially as it's like we want the street wall thing, but the street wall thing feels different in a wider road and a faster road too. So I think that maybe Commissioner Sauvé, if you have ideas around this too, just in terms of dimensionality with this, I think the scale of these roads and the speed of these roads means that the setbacks can be greater. We can't just apply like a D2, to these areas because they really do have different conditions going on. So I think 15 feet actually makes sense in these settings, given that all of them are either faster roads or were originally designed to be faster roads, and the speed limit has lessened because of some of the stuff we know, but it still is experienced that way. Like Plymouth Road, you try driving down that thing at 35 miles an hour, you feel like you are completely going 10 miles under the speed limit because it was designed to be 45. We've just posted it at 35. the lanes are wide, everything is way far back. So we need to pull things closer in order to be able to have that experience be different, but we also need to see the reality of it is a faster place. You know, I mean, and we do want to start getting people on that road. And if the buildings are really close, especially at intersections, I worry a little bit about kind of safety stuff with pedestrians and bikers and things like that. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Commissioner Clark, is this immediately on this one before moving on to another topic? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, just real quick, if that's okay. So I was just going to kind of, I guess, express that I think having the narrower setback is probably going to be, I think, the way we risk recreating problematic patterns if we try and accommodate, I guess, the current issues that we have. So if we try and continue this trend of building the roads with these wider setbacks, we're just kind of recreating our problems. And I like the idea of having maybe the flexibility in the setbacks, but I see them as being kind of 2 contradictory points for the same thing being brought up. On one hand, having a wider setback for street side like dining, active uses like that. We'll admit, like on these really busy roads, I'm not entirely sure if people are really going to want to sit outside on a busy road and have like a cup of tea or whatever. And so having the wider setbacks, I don't really think makes much of a difference on maybe the use of those spaces. And on the other hand, it could actually just encourage more speeding. And, you know, the wider roads, like that can be changed. There are, you know, different treatments can be done. We've been moving towards trying to convert lanes, make more cycling infrastructure. And I just think that if we start having very wide setbacks, we're going to be taking a step in the wrong direction. And just kind of accommodating the same problems that we already have.
Got it. Maybe you guys picked up on kind of, this is the way I do my class, which is like, to the raise your hand button if you have something that's immediately relevant, and then raise your hand otherwise if you want to change the topic. So Commissioner Milstein and Commissioner Sauvé, you want to stay on this topic? Awesome. Okay, let's do that.
So we got really good community feedback on the project on Packard. I think it's 2111 Packard, where people actually said that, you know, it was a comfortable distance between the road and the start of the building. Can we look into that to see what the space was? Just because I remember looking at the plans thinking that's really nice. And actually a couple of the residents there also commented about that. So I think that would be a really nice benchmark for us to figure out what that number is and put that into play with this.
Thank you. Commissioner Sauvé.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, thinking about the Lewis Jewelers on Maple and even like Arbor Hills and retaining walls and accessibility and ramps is kind of one condition to think about if we're going to load those in the front and just switchback ramp for certain slopes if we have steep hills. And, you know, I actually think Arbor Hills is a nice example of doing 2 very clean 2-story building that has 1 story that you would have like a step tiered having to address that hill. But if we don't have the depth to negotiate some of that pedestrian traffic, that's kind of a mathematical puzzle. So I just kind of want to raise that as a thing, probably towards the argument of like a little bit deeper to give a little bit more room for engineering and that flexibility. And sorry, Alex, I just pulled it up, so I was just going to try really quick to see how fast I could get to this. 40 feet actually from outside of the sidewalk to the front of the building for Packard is that buffer line right now. That's actually right now. So let me see if I can pull up the other one real quick. Yeah, so that I think is my main setback condition, is really thinking about accessibility to kind of add in as well. 10-foot setback from sidewalk to building. So not from right of way. So another 5 feet. So that's 15 feet is your comfort zone there. If that helps.
I'm hearing generally, potentially increasing. Commissioner Hammerschmidt, you started us down this path. Before we move on to the next topic, I wonder if we can finish this one. So
The Packard setback, by the way, for that project reference is 10 feet.
10 feet. Okay. So 10 was comfortable. We're currently at 10. What I heard, Packard is a slower road. So potentially that means that it's a little bit different. What do people want to do?
Let's move it up to 15.
Any objections to moving it so that it can be right on the sidewalk? It can be 0, or it can be up to 15, giving a little bit more flexibility.
Just for comparison's sake, this is still bringing it closer. A lot of the commercial districts now have a maximum 25-foot setback. So we're still setting a higher bar for street presence as relates to commercial districts.
And presumably some of the things that are currently built along these were before we had that maximum setback distance. They were well before that. So, okay, great. Other issues, Commissioner Hammerschmidt, did you have anything else on your list before we move on? Okay, I think before that, Commissioner Sauvé was next, but Commissioner Sauvé, was that taken care of, or do you have something else that you wanted to bring up about
other
this?
stuff? But it's other stuff about not.
That's okay. I feel like we're done with setbacks.
Okay.
We're next thing, and then Commissioner Milstein's after Commissioner Sauvé, and then Commissioner DeBrandel. Sorry, we'll come back to you. Okay.
So I had a couple things. One, I'm not sure if this is how it was intended for the 100 feet with commercial at the intersection, but how I read it is that you can't put second story apartments within 100 feet. Is that true? Because it says townhouses and apartments are not permitted with 100 feet of the intersection.
Yes. So right, a townhouse or an apartment building is not permitted within 100 feet. Because, and so a townhouse apartment building, that's the only use in there. It's a townhouse or an apartment building. A mixed use building can be built at the corner. That portion of the building, the 100 feet needs to be non-residential, but the upper portion can be residential. And then by definition, it's a mixed use building.
Great. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that it wasn't. Okay. I think it's clear then. Because it's the difference between sometimes, all buildings. So I just want to kind of make sure that was clear and understanding. Okay. And I think my only other, I'll just kind of weigh in, and I like the idea of the memo because it really does move to action step of proactively starting to zone those specific corridors and moving it out as we're seeing it now. I think it still gives, strong guidance to, the parameters. And this might be a conversation for next week, but a lot of the comments talked about what do we want to see in that and what do we want to see instead of itemizing things out. And I think as it's written right now, it's less about itemizing and more about just giving the boxes to check of the goals. And what we heard from comment tonight, while a completely different kind of area of the ordinance, I think it's just about we have goals and maybe the specifics become a troublesome part. And it sounds like there's more desire for mixed use residential, even on the smaller footprint. So just in general, I think that's a stronger side. So I support it as written instead of reintroducing the third clause. Those are my other two comments for the night.
Commissioner Milstein.
So this is probably a little bit late in the game, and I missed the last meeting, but something that came up as I was actually driving today through our D1 areas, and something that we've been meaning to try to fix at some point soon, but we've just, we've had other more pressing issues, is the Uber, Lyft, Amazon trucks parking on Huron and some of our major roads. I'm sort of seeing as, what we're envisioning T1 to look like is potentially, those sorts of vehicles stopping right on main roads. And it may be too late in the game, and that's totally fine. We can bring this up at a later point whenever we discuss about how to fix this in D1. But has any thought been given on that with regards to the zoning district at this point? And so where is that? And if not, maybe we can put that on the list for later on.
I believe at one point a version had some sort of requirement for, but it was not specific, but there was mention of a general amenity that must be provided for car sharing services and I'm blanking on the right name, but the on-demand car, the generic services. Also, but it is not in this current draft. I would say that at this point in time, I think that maybe a more holistic view should be taken. And it's also a combination of what sort of rules and regulations do we need, or maybe it's just enforcement do we need in the right of way versus what improvements are necessary on private property. It's just a thing of Ann Arbor. We don't specify how many loading docks or loading spaces are necessary. The ordinance basically says you must provide as many loading spaces or not as you deemed fit. And so we haven't yet gotten into that realm of requiring loading, drop off, pickup, and so forth. It is an issue, I think, as life evolves, and maybe it's growing. But there's also like I said, the two sides of it. There's the curbside management, and then there's the on-site improvements that might be necessary.
Thank you. So this is just something as T1 takes off, an approach on all of our zoning districts with regards to this is something that we should tackle. I don't think it's super urgent, but I think it's definitely something that should be on our to-do list at some point in time. Thank you.
Commissioner Gibrandel, you were in the queue before, but it was addressed. Okay. Anyone else? Commissioner Abrams.
I just have a couple small things. So I noticed that in the specific purpose statement, the first line, sorry, I'm going to pull it up just so that I quote it accurately, says when approving a petition to rezone a site from its current designation to TC1. And I wondered if that language is funny, if there's going to be a city initiated rezoning.
Well, whether it be city initiated or owner initiated, there are the same standards that apply. So it works both ways.
Okay, great. And then this is more just like maybe just for my own information. I noticed in the dimensional standards table, there's something about buildings built before December 26, 2009, having a different rule. I just wondered where that date comes from.
That's the date of, oh no, I'm blanking. That's either the date of the area height and placement requirements that added a maximum front setback, or that's the date that A2D2, that is this December 2009 is when A2D2 was adopted, which requires two-story buildings.
Got it. And then I think just in terms of the language coming out of the specific purpose statement, or being B3, I guess was the section. I think I agree with Commissioner Sauve that I am in favor of the memo, but I also wanted to just pose the question. It seemed like the staff feedback that we're getting, where the staff recommendation would be to reinsert it, would be because it then just provides more clarity about the intent. And I think the reason why I was in favor of removing it is because what I heard in the last discussion was that in addition to clarifying intent, it also clarifies preference or somehow like, maybe even unintentionally signals exclusion of other areas. And I just wondered, is there a way to draft the language such that it's both specific and useful and inclusive? And so maybe the memo is actually, it could be that the memo is the way to do that, but I would maybe appreciate hearing from Alexis and Brad about that, because I think it's that tension that is the one that's caused, that I'm uncomfortable including it if it excludes or produces an obstacle to other parcels applying for the TC1 rezoning.
I'll start. First of all, remember, I'm not the boss of you. So
no, but
you need to be
expertise.
Yeah, you need to be comfortable. So I think one of the things that I don't think I don't maintain our recommendation in this regard is that one is wrong or one is right. I think one of the things that's happening with this is that this proposed transit corridor district directed by City Council is an implementation mechanism that is consistent with decades of master planning conversation in a variety of documents over multiple decades. And so there's a lot of goals in our master plans that this proposed district speaks to and furthers goal statements regarding. At the same time, you will not find in our master plans, the city shall create a TC1 zoning district to meet all these goals. And so the thing that I like about having those corridors right in the intent statement is it at least sets a very deliberate bridge between those planning documents and an implementation tool saying, in these specific areas, this district is appropriate to meet the goals that we have identified in that area. When you take those out, I don't profess that it's a different decision. The decision is the same. It's still applying the proposed rezoning of a property to a specific parcel. But in that case, it's one step back saying, okay, somebody's coming in to propose rezoning TC1 that is currently on the Washington Avenue corridor. What does the master plan say for it? It says that it's master plan for commercial. Well, but we also have this transit district, and it also has these goals related to non-motorized transportation and mixed uses and adding more connectivity between our existing transit system and reducing vehicles as the only or the primary mode of transportation. And so I just think I like that it's a step forward in our ordinance saying, in these districts, this zone speaks to the goals of these corridors. When we just keep it broad, I think we're going to be having those conversations on a little bit wider lens every time we consider a proposed rezoning there. And I think that having those corridors in there just takes us a little bit step closer to, yeah, this is probably suitable because we've identified that, and that wider range is only going to apply to the where else might meet the character of these areas. So that is where we're coming from a staff perspective. To be clear, as I said, and you spoke to the resolution, I think that you are accomplishing council's direction in either way. They've asked for a zoning district, they've asked for a geographic. I think when it's in the intent section, you're sort of doing that all in one action. The resolution is a perfectly acceptable and effective way to do the same. But that's my rationale for why keeping those corridors in makes sense to me. And then Alexis, I don't know if you want to add anything from your lens.
No, I would have said the same thing in a lot more words.
But is there a version of it that's, I think I want to keep it the way it is with the resolution, the memo and keeping it out, but I'm curious, like, is there a version that could have been more inclusive, that would have said some, like including but not limited to? Because I think when I asked about it at our last meeting, it seemed like, and maybe I misunderstood, but it seemed like the feedback I got from both of you was that actually by putting these in here, it does make it a little harder for a parcel on South Industrial to be included.
See, I disagree with that. I think I can't predict that, but I think that the changes that you have proposed to sort of generalize the 1 and 2 portions of that intent help clarify that it could be considered elsewhere. I appreciate that perspective, but that by also having some specific corridors listed, maybe there's a sort of a perceived additional barrier whenever you're outside of that. I actually think about it the other way. I think that we're reducing a barrier on those corridors from applying the zoning district there. But I you know, at the end, I just want to be clear, the action's the same, is that the city has to decide to rezone a property based on the ordinance and the master plan. I honestly don't think the inclusion of that it doesn't change that legislative decision. But again, I think it actually holds the city a step more accountable to be open towards saying yes to that rezoning, because we've specifically designated those corridors.
Okay. I appreciate that perspective. Thanks.
Commissioner Dish, it's on this. Great, go for it.
I was just going to ask, could you say a little bit more, Mr. Leonard, when you said we're reducing a barrier? It's because we're demonstrating the connection between the master plan and thereby making the city more open to saying yes?
Yeah, I think that by code, we are inviting applications of this district to these geographies. That, you know, just by inviting it doesn't make it so, but we are, through our legislative action, saying, that's a way of saying we welcome these zoning districts to be applied in this area. It's not to say that the city wouldn't be welcoming without those. It's not to say that that changes the city's welcoming to the corridors elsewhere in the city that meet the other intent statements. But I just think that it is, in a way, it's testing us to say, well, yeah, of course, this district says it's appropriate there. It's sort of testing us, challenging us to say, why wouldn't it be? Because we have designated that area. Again, I don't want to overstate it. It's just the intent section. The legislative action is the same. But I think it is, if I'm a property owner and I'm looking at that ordinance and I'm thinking, should I think about TC1? And the intent statement says, the city finds that it would be appropriate in this geography. That gives me a confidence to move forward with that. That might be different than make your case, and we'll see if it meets the conditions corresponding.
So to follow up and make sure that I get this too, because I think I heard you say this earlier. Even if we're talking about Washtenaw, which we effectively say, like, this is what Reimagine Washtenaw is calling for, right? Like, but it does, Reimagine Washtenaw, which is part of the tome of planning documents, does not say TC1 in it. So when somebody on Washtenaw, if they beat us to rezoning, if they beat the city to rezoning, we're going to ask them to, like the rezoning application says, tell us how you meet the intent of the zoning district, but also what evidence do you have in the master plan? People, like, there could be arguments made against Washtenaw because that was not a district when we did Reimagine Washtenaw. Right. What we're saying, this is affirming that, hey, it wasn't talked about in these existing documents. These corridors weren't talked about in these existing documents, right? But we will say, like, these 4 places, easy, no brainer. There are others that could meet this criteria, like that could also satisfy the criteria, but these ones, there should be no argument against it. It's just we haven't gotten around to it yet. Is that?
Yeah, yeah, and it's just intent. The Planning Commission city could still say even a corridor right in the middle, but I think that would be, frankly, a more questionable legislative decision once we've put in the intent statement that this is an appropriate place for it. But you're absolutely right.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Do we typically in other, and maybe this is obviously like a specialized zone, but do we typically call out specific corridors or areas for which they should apply in intent statements?
Alexis?
You're muted.
You're muted.
It always has to be one, right? There is no geography called out in any of the other zoning districts except for the character areas in the character overlay districts. However, I would say that 95% of the district's character statements were written in 1963. So now all of the intent statements are pretty specific, and they're all each different, and they all have very specific languages about where they should be located, characteristics, and what their intent are. But they don't have streets identified like we are doing here. But again, most were written in 1963.
Okay, I just wasn't sure how common practice that was, but it sounds like we haven't written a zoning district in a while. I don't know that it necessarily bothers me. Like, I could go either way. I think I definitely want to do a memo regardless. So I don't know if there's like a conflict between like leaving it in and doing a memo, but I think the memo sort of signals more that like we not only identify that these are the areas that should have the zoning applied, but we want to take steps to proactively rezone them. I will point out there is some, and maybe we'll talk about the memo later, but there's some conflict, at least with the Plymouth Road one, where like the section 3 says to Traverwood and the memo says to Murphin. I mean, I'm sure we can sort that out, but my perspective right now is I definitely want to do the memo, and I need to think a little bit more about the in ordinance text.
Commissioner Sauvé wants to add in here.
Campus business district. I know it's a dangerous thing to bring up, maybe, but like we're seeing the same like scrutiny because there's proximity language instead of just saying this is how it's intended to be applied in populations. We've got this campus thing, which I think you can make an argument either way in terms of transit corridors and campus as synonymous when talking about those two, zoning district types. So I just want to kind of bring it up for thought about, again, like proactively rezoning and what that means, and how this is or isn't then a tool for additional parcels, and how we've seen it tried to be applied because we didn't have a zoning type available other than campus business district that meets some of these goals now. Like we now have TC1 that I think overlaps some of what campus business district was trying to do, but near campus. So I'm just kind of bringing that up maybe for additional thought in terms of how we've had to deal with that interpretation and application area. Now we wish we had TC1 for available parcels, and that maybe in the Venn diagram of those, we're still leaving opportunity out of it. And that's still my concern. And I think the proactive is what's the really nice like added layer, especially in this memo. And then leaving kind of the rest to be able to manifest with good argument.
Mr. Leonard, go ahead, because I had something. I think that brings up a couple really good points, contradictory points, actually. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to remind that this is a new district, and I just want to set the expectation whether these corridors are included in that intent section or not. It doesn't preclude us from going back in the future and clarifying that based on our experience. I also think to an extent that memo has a little less weight as conveying to at least the city council, these are definitely the areas that this is appropriate for. So I just remember that if you choose not to include those now, it doesn't preclude us in the future from trying to clarify, add better language if it's something that ends up to be a struggle. So I just want to remind folks of that we can learn on the intent section to an extent like we're going to learn on the realization of this zoning district.
Commissioner Dish.
Will this matter as much if and when we move from petitioner initiated to city initiated zoning for these corridors, for some of them?
It wouldn't, I don't think it would matter. It would matter much more for petitioner initiated rezoning than it would for city initiated rezoning.
Right. So for the moment, it matters because there's discretion on the council as to whether or not to grant a petition. But if we envision over time firming these up as city initiated zoning, so there's no more discretion on city council, then it doesn't matter as much. Which is not to say we shouldn't put it in the ordinance now. In fact, I think we probably should.
I would say that only, maybe, so this is kind of squaring those two things up. I mean, that's if you imagine that everything that somebody could construe as a corridor in the future has been rezoned this way. And this is where I think, Commissioner Sauvé, I did not want to bring up campus business district, but I think that it's a good example about like how first one, that is tied into proximity, which is what ours is, but the what is campus has changed over time. What is a corridor is going to change over time. And that actually makes it really hard, right? In some ways, like, I feel like then there's disputes over what was our intent right now, right? And like, how should that evolve in the future? So I think it needs, so on the one hand, I want to like put in there, like what corridors we're talking about. But knowing that that's something that I would want to change over time because I'm expecting that it's going to change. Like, so I guess this is, using that recent experience, right, of something that is about a place, but actually that campus business district does not name specific places, right? It's sort of like what we're moving to, which is a little bit proximate corridor, right, is up for interpretation. In that perspective, like, staff, I can totally see where you're coming from on wanting to be more specific, because I think for the time it works, but I don't know how then that evolves in time. Like, how does this not become obsolete how does it not become obsolete when we're naming them now? But the expectation is that maybe in the next master plan, which we should do, to make, now that we have a district, to see like, hey, does more of the city actually really fall into what we have in, like, should we really be thinking about more proactive rezoning? Like, how does that fit into the evolution of our master plan over time? And what happens along other what places that are transit accessible right now, but maybe that we don't consider corridors, but could be in 10 years, 15 years. That's a question for Stay. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that neither the master plan nor the zoning ordinance is intended to be static and concrete. It is a valid criticism that we don't update our zoning ordinance enough, and we haven't recently worked on planning enough. But if all goes as planned, we might be talking next year about a TC2. And probably some amendments are going to have to be made to clarify the distinction between TC1 and TC2. And so I think that we need to take more advantage of those opportunities to continually refine what do we mean and either expand or contract, and also make sure that the different districts play nicely with each other. So I think that whatever is decided, there are always opportunities for amendments to do exactly what you're talking about as things evolve over time, as we introduce districts maybe as we remove districts or consolidate. So it's just part of our work. And I'm not, I wouldn't be concerned. I wouldn't be afraid of, and I don't think that we can make a mistake, because we can always entertain a similar process to continually get it right. The zoning ordinance is supposed to be constantly worked at to make sure that A, we're getting it right, and B, we are evolving with the changing market conditions and changing demands and changing needs and so forth. So there's not necessarily a right or wrong answer. And this is not a be all end all and no opportunity for either corrections or learning. And
Commissioner Dish and then Commissioner Sauvé.
So that's a non-answer for you, but there's no wrong answer or right.
So I think, Commissioner Mills, you kind of answered your own question in the sense that the principle behind naming these four, it's four, right, is that they are linked to master plan elements that we haven't yet implemented. And so you're worried about how they're going to change, Commissioner Mills. Well, one of the things that's going to change is we are going to update our master plan. That is going to happen. And as that happens, there may be more places where we write in, this could be appropriate for, or this is appropriate for. And then you advance on the same principle, but there's master plan underpinning for it. And so I think the strongest argument in favor of putting these four into the ordinance now and not worrying about it as a limit is that these are the four that are linked to the master plan. And as Ms. DeLeo said earlier, they give us a concrete example of things we might extrapolate. Is this like X? So when a petitioner comes with something outside and they say, I want to do Hilldale Drive and Breedy, the little stem street, and we say, that's not really very much like any of these other things. In any way, shape, or form. So no, we're not going to let that happen, right? And so I actually don't see this as a problematic limit. I actually see this as grounding this on the principle that planning drives zoning. And that puts us on very safe ground in terms of this petitioner-initiated period before these get written as city-initiated zoning.
Commissioner Sauvé?
So I guess a few points. In all cases of rezoning, we have to point to master planning or to the master planning documents to make a case for why the rezoning is appropriate. In all other points of the ordinance, we don't spell it out in the UDC what those master planning documents are or unpack the zones for it. So why is this case different since in all rezoning cases, that's always been a part of the petition. So we're going to see that again. And like all of these prep documents are already showing that, right? Working with developers, it does give an implied direction to what's allowed and what's not allowed. And given the risk associated with going through the planning process, to not see your parcel included in this means it's an excluded interpretation. I'll just say that from experience on projects. It feels like a bigger hurdle and less likely to proceed. And I guess like the last thing back to campus business district is I think like that one, maybe to kind of like round out that, and I bring it up to like open up this conversation because I want to make sure like we talk about all angles is, it was the interpretation of what is campus. And then the argument of it was written when it was a downtown campus. And so it's still intended relative to its association with that downtown campus was one interpretation, and that the interpretation was not. It should always be adjacent to campus because that's the kind of density and impact service. I think the intent statement here does say that it needs to be a regular fixed service with the AATA and on established commercial. So it has kind of benchmarks of like not new, fresh, or recent development, but like it has kind of incremental development standards of like those things need to be met for this to be an area. to point to. So even if this isn't like readdressed in a decade or so, as those areas evolve, I feel like the general intent statement really does talk about kind of growth and evolution in that way to capture it. But I mean, I'll just kind of still say that like developers reading the UDC are going to see their zones not included. They're going to feel like it's a bigger hurdle because it's going to look less by right. And those areas are going to look more by right, just by interpretation. So, and I know there's interpretation of planning staff, there's, you know, commission review and there's city council review, but I'm just kind of weighing in from experience so that you guys are aware of it, and that's it.
To that point, just to follow up quickly, if I may, Commissioner Dish, to jump in. I mean, and maybe this is a question to staff. Like, these are the corridors that have often come up, and that there's a lot of the things that are in this intent statement, right? As you mentioned, Mr. Leonard, are from years old master plans, right? That are citywide goals. Even so, I mean, even so, there are not every city goal is accomplished in every single parcel of the city, on every single street of the city. And I feel like we've seen maybe where I interpreted kind of this certainty going is that some of this stuff is like apple pie or whatever the saying is, right? Like, it's just a feel good. There's a lot of things in here that you could support with our master plan just generally. And I don't think though that we're ready to say every parcel in this. I'm not certainly of the point to say every parcel in the city is okay. And so I don't actually think every place in this, like, that there's an awful lot that ought to be seen as by right. Like, I think that some places we might want to we need to go through the master planning process. We need to have a master planning process when like housing crisis is one of the goals of the city. Like, we haven't been through a master planning process since that's really been a key consideration to really decide if this is appropriate, in my mind. There are some places hands down makes sense, but I think I don't actually want to pass false hope onto people personally, right? By saying like, actually every place, like, this is a good thing. Like, TC's cool in Ann Arbor. And so like, that's among the reasons why like having it enumerated and saying like, this is very clear sends, I feel like, not to say that it's not possible, but also maybe we're not going to see a rush on this anyway. Commissioner Dish and then Commissioner Abrams.
I just wanted to address the point that Commissioner Sauvé raised about what's different about this. And this is a potentially large change to the feeling of the scale of the city. Actually, for all the reasons that you said earlier when we were talking about Plymouth Road. And because of that, and because we are catching up with master plan documents that are some 5 years old, some a decade old, which is really not very old actually, given how slowly things change in local government. And there is a concern about legitimacy that making direct reference to master planning documents can be very helpful with. And not in every instance of a zoning change is there such a big concern about legitimacy.
Commissioner Abrams.
I think for me, it's important to keep in mind that this is not going to be like an overnight transformation of the city. I think this is going to be very incremental and very slow, and it's been a long time coming. And I don't want to see us limit it, I guess. So I'm more leaning towards thinking about ways to make sure that it's inclusive and not limiting, as opposed to being concerned about there being a kind of free for all, being signaled through the ordinance, because I just don't think that's the state of affairs. So I think it's true that it could be transformational for the city, but I think that transformation is going to be decades in the making. And so I understand both sides, I guess, of the debate, but for me, including the corridors by name in the ordinance that we already know, or we're already talking about their potential to be outdated in this new master plan that we're going to undertake soon, feels a little bit unnecessary, I guess. So I'm still in favor of keeping it in the memo, just to weigh in.
We went right to like the big thing. That was really the second part of this. And I feel like I don't hear consensus, which is a bummer. So others to chime in on this issue in particular. I mean, this to some extent is the big thing that's going to determine whether we have another motion, right? And actually Commissioner Hammerschmidt, I heard her say, like, we should do a memo no matter what. So like, so there should be a second part of this. Do we need to take like a break for just a minute to stretch legs? Or do we want to keep on, like, I need a drink of water to figure out too myself. Commissioner Abrams.
Just maybe when we, I'm in favor of a break. Maybe when we come back from a break, what would be helpful would be to summarize where we are. Like there were some maybe friendly amendments or minor revisions. And then are there any other issues that are going to require this kind of dialogue and debate, or is this the one? That would be helpful for me because I've kind of lost track a little bit of the journey.
I think that that's helpful. And so I feel like if the chat changes that we talked about for staff, the only thing that's written down on my list that came up in public comment tonight was the height limit. Not the one story, it's the other end of the height limit. And so I think we ought to have a short discussion about that at least. Is there anything else that, as I'm filling my water bottle, we should be thinking about? Commissioner Gidbrandel.
Other than I don't want to keep discussing this until 11:30.
Exactly.
This is our working session night, and I actually have a lot of work to do. And so
yeah.
I really am not keen on letting this draw out for a lot longer. So I'd be keen on a short break and then trying to do a pithy summary, really figuring out where we are, discussing the height limit thing briefly, and then figuring out what
we want to do.
Yeah.
Thank you. I forget that it's working session. It is. Thank you for reminding. All right, if we can take 4 minutes, we'll come back at 9:45. Okay.
I mean, it is an approach. I don't think I'd recommend it tonight, but as you can see, there's a couple of ways there is more than one way to address the issue. I think perhaps the most expedient for this evening would be a fourth level of proximity to residential.
Commissioner Gabrandel, did you raise your hand, or was it up from before? Okay, then Commissioner Dish.
I wonder if we could, since we're saying that we think it would be appropriate for the state and Eisenhower, rather than building in another piece of this general ordinance that could then go wherever is 1,000 feet from residential. I don't even know how many places that would realistically be. What if we just postponed that and reconsidered height limits for state and Eisenhower if and when we are taking up the question of permanently rezoning, which I think Sarah already brought up as something she wanted to work on. Commissioner Hammerschmidt, sorry.
Which, my sense from, and staff, you should correct me, like, as we talked about before, this is not set in stone. Some of this stuff can evolve, right? And will evolve. So that's an option. Commissioner Milstein.
I would prefer that we make this part of what we're talking about now versus, something later on, or maybe when we're rezoning. I'd rather get this part done and know that it's done so that we can move on. So I do like Alexis's idea of, 1,000-foot distance from residential to go to 250, 300 feet, some number like that. I think that's the best way, but I don't want to kick the can because we have a really good track record of doing that, and then nothing ever happens with it. So let's not kick the can. Let's just get this, let's have this discussion and let's move on from it.
Commissioner Dish?
Would that have to go back to ORC if we made that change? Okay.
But if we wanted to vote on it tonight, we should know what the distance is, right? And what that height limit is. I mean, we can extrapolate a little bit by looking at the map. The 300-foot contour gives you a bit to help. Commissioner Milstein.
With regards to distance from residential, do we have, so with, I guess I'm thinking of marijuana provisioning centers as sort of a way of looking from residential as well as schools. Can someone remind me, is that 600 or is it 1,000?
1,000 feet from schools and 600 feet from one another.
Okay, so I would be fine with the 1,000. I would be fine with 1,000 feet. With regards to height, 300. How many? I guess. How many stories is 300? Does someone have a rough number or what?
30.
Yeah, probably. It's probably close. Probably a little less than that. 28, 29. If I had to guess.
Sounds good.
My initial reaction to that method, that 1,000, I mean, it's tied to something else that we have. But just looking at the map, this is really going to apply in very few places, which could be a good thing. Like, honestly, like the contours help there a lot. But even thank you, staff, for pulling this map together. My reading of this is that there's some residentially zoned parcels that are like, it looks like there's southeastish of the mall that make this bean, that when you make that 1,000-foot setback, it's going to, it may almost go all the way up to Eisenhower on the south side. If you just look at it, and it's kind of squeezed in from this, there is very, very, so I like the idea of doing that, but like having the map to back it up and show us if it's actually any effect may be helpful. Commissioner Sauvé.
The bean you're talking about is R5. Are we still talking, like with R5 included, would that setback be negated if this map were updated then?
R5 is not considered a residential district.
Okay. Because there's like an island right next to the mall that Commissioner Mills is talking about that I believe is R5. It's a bunch of, it's like Kensington Hotel and everything. So that would not squeeze it out as much.
That's helpful.
So there is.
Do you see what we're talking about, Alexis?
Well, Hidden Valley Apartments is much closer to 777 Eisenhower than the Signature Villas that's on the opposite side of Briar. Although, so there's at one point where Hidden Valley, where R4C zoning is 655 feet from 777 Eisenhower.
Yeah, I think generally, just looking, they're the only parcels along Washtenaw that would probably be eligible would be the frontage of, yeah, probably not even the frontage of Arborland, because actually the residential across the street would so there's probably nothing along Washtenaw. It would probably only mostly be applicable at State and Eisenhower. We could, if that's a desire based on that sort of convention, we would make sure to include maps, and we can make sure that the council is seeing exactly what that is as well as part of that.
I'm seeing thumbs up from Commissioner Sauvé and a nod from Commissioner Milstein. And a hand from Commissioner Abrams saying that she wants to say something.
I'm wondering if we should consider a smaller number than 1,000 if it's effectively limiting it to, I think over on the stadium corridor, it would, you could do it just on the part of Maple, like the parking lot in front of Plum would be okay. Where like Core Life Eatery is, that kind of lot. Anyway, maybe 1,000 is too big. It's hard to do it on the fly, but
it's really hard. Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
I mean, I'll agree with that. I think there's probably some sort of happy medium potential. And are people really going to be building 300-foot buildings? Like maybe there's like a little bit taller, but a little bit further away. Because if it's going to be 1,000 feet and 300 feet, and it's going to apply nowhere, I don't really see the point in doing that. No, go ahead.
I was just thinking, like, we've got a 300-foot buffer for 150 feet. Is that right? Or 120 feet? 150.
Yeah.
120.
Like double it.
It's scaled. Like, if you imagine a 600-foot buffer for 240 feet, I mean, right, or 250 feet. That's still, I think even with a 600-foot buffer, there's going to be very little of that. Is that fair? Or is that not?
I mean, I don't want, it would just be something that specifically that I'd want to spend a little bit more time with. I think that the smaller that number is, obviously the more potential there is for it to happen elsewhere. I do think that the character of State Street and Eisenhower is such that it's probably, it's just probably easier to get to those heights there with a bigger dimension. But yeah, I'm sort of the same mind that I think I sort of feel like that 1,000-foot it is safe as we think about its application elsewhere through the city. Again, it doesn't mean that we can't revisit it if it turns out that we want to open up flexibility, but I think largely that is going to probably preclude that in most of the corridors except that area.
Which seems like there would be more comfort with that we can also always loosen it. But if like the primary goal is a fit there, which is I think what the thumbs up from Commissioner Sylvain Milstein was like 1,000 foot seems good, especially if it's only that corner. Commissioner Gabriel.
Yeah, because I just looked at Washtenaw, you can't do it at all. And even like being across the street from like at the front of Arborland, you're too close to the residential. Across the street is like less than 600 feet actually. So that 600 feet might be an interesting, it feels a little funny to me to do this on the fly. So like 1,000 feet seems completely safe, but I think it would be interesting to kind of fine tune it. You know, is it so terrible to have something at the front of Washtenaw in front of Arborland? Probably not. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and not on the other side of the street, but 1,000 would be safe, but I don't know, it feels a little funny to just be.
This is just a balance. You know, we started off with a district that was tailored towards State and Eisenhower. And as we started trying to broaden its utility, we make these kind of decisions more difficult, obviously, because it has different applications elsewhere. So, so I think that, I guess I would say that I think the 1,000 foot is an extremely large buffer. I think it is going to be a pretty conservative as far as limiting that application, short of, as we bring it down, I think that there's just going to be more need to do a little bit more detailed and fine-grained analysis, probably for your comfort. So I would say if the desire is to look at that, I think that seems like an appropriate framework going forward today.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Limiting it to numbers that we're pretty darn sure we're only going to get in State Street corridor, which is
and
where we
to be clear, if you incorporate that, we're gonna communicate what that impact looks like as this progresses to council, so that they're clearly understanding where that would apply as well.
Okay. Any objections to that element? We did this before we vote on this. I just want to make sure, and people know what we're voting on. We've amended it twice, three times, the general statement, the intent statement, very first sentence. The, oh goodness. The second part was
15 foot maximum setback.
Yes, that's right. Maximum setback. And now adding an additional height tier that the intention is that it only really applies State and Eisenhower. And that it would let it, at least as my understanding is, within 1,000, like if you are more than 1,000 feet from residential, but still within the district, you would be able to build up to 300 feet. Okay, that gives us some wiggle room too to find something in between if we determine later on, to Commissioner Hammerschmidt's point, that there is something in between. All right, and the version that we're voting on is with no enumeration of places as the specific intent statement.
Do Commissioners Sauvé and Milstein agree with all those? You were the movers and supporters of that. I just want to make sure that that's consistent.
Commissioner Gabriel, you had a question.
Are we voting on just these three changes first and then on the intent statement, or are we doing this all at the same time? We're doing this all at the same time?
This is a vote on the ordinance as drafted with these changes.
If it fails, is there an opportunity to reconsider right now?
If there's any question, I guess I would ask the commission to try to come to a resolution on the intent statement. It seems to me that that's the only outstanding issue. I guess I'm hearing more commissioners that are of the mind that those corridors should not be included. The memo is the more appropriate place to do that. I think the easiest way is, I mean, of course you need to be comfortable with the vote, but I am hearing sort of more support for that. I mean, it's a good procedural question. I think it might be better to consider a motion to make that modification give the commission an opportunity to vote on whether to add that or not, and then act
Okay.
on the total.
Got it.
Yeah, 'cause
Okay,
I'm
that
fine
makes
with
sense.
the three things we talked about, but I feel differently about the intent statement at the front. So I'd like to be able to separate those things out a little bit.
So would you'd like to move to add those corridors of the intent section into the intent statement?
So we can at least see where we land. Yes.
Is anybody like to second that motion, seconded by Commissioner Dish? We kind of discussed it before. I think this is really for us to see where it is, unless people have closing thoughts before we vote. Okay. Do you want just a voice vote, Mr. Leonard, or?
It's up to you. A voice vote would be fine, but I'm happy to do a roll call if.
I think we can just count hand. I mean, we'll just raise our hands or say yes. So all in favor of the proposed amendment to add those places back in, that's paragraph C3. Yes, please raise your hand or say yes.
I see 3.
I see 3 as well. Okay, so that one fails. So we're back to the motion that we've amended now 3 times, or that we've got the 3 amendments, but not with the enumerated places.
And I'm
Any
presuming
other-
I'm presuming the rest of the commissioners are definitely nays on that. Great. So then
Commissioner
we're back to the original motion with the 3 modifications that were deemed friendly, the adding primarily to the intent, the addition, increasing the maximum front yard setback to 15 feet, and to add an additional height limit of 300 feet when greater than 1,000 feet from residentially zoned districts.
Yes. Do you want a roll call or? Okay.
I do. Commissioner Mills.
Yes.
Commissioner Milstein.
Yes.
Commissioner Gabrandel.
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Dish.
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so now that leads to a second thing, because this does not fully capture our remit to council. We have a deadline to send it back to them.
So the proposed, the second proposed motion, as I presented to you as a reminder, would be that you recommend to the city council that the following geographies be prioritized for city initiated rezoning to TC1 corridor zoning, and that you as the planning commission intend to incorporate this into your work plan. So this is you communicating that this is the order that you intend to do it, and you are going to undertake that work. I have prioritized ahead of time for you first South State and Eisenhower. Second would be Washtenaw Avenue. Third would be West Stadium and Maple, and fourth would be Plymouth, excuse me. So those are the only 4 that I am in the a proposed motion for you to consider that would be prioritized for city initiated. And I guess I would, at this point, if you envision any change to that prioritization, or omissions or additional corridors that are not included there for city initiated rezoning, you can make those modifications, pass this resolution, and then this would accompany the proposed UDC amendments.
Let's move it so we can discuss it. Moved by Commissioner Milstein, seconded by Commissioner Dish. Discussion. I like this order personally. Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Well, selfishly, because I live close to Plymouth Road, I'm just curious how you slotted in stadium above that. Is it because I don't think that was even originally on our list or on the list?
Yeah, open to discussion. We've recently had some proposals on stadium that came to mind, but I want to be clear, all of these are big projects. I probably envision tackling these one at a time, but you're committing to sort of figure out how you want to prioritize these and resource it in the context of other things. So to that same lens, we probably have the ability to adjust in the future if we want. I would say both of those are probably going to be a little bit further down the road if this is adopted.
This is not a hill I'm going to die on. Out of curiosity, like how long, and maybe it'll vary, but like how long would you say the process you think would take? Like we started tomorrow.
Just as long until everybody's happy with all of their properties being rezoned.
Okay, so like years.
So I mean, generally each one of these is probably a 9-month process to 12-month process, if I had to guess. What do you think, Alexis? Well, and just for comparison, it was probably about a 6-month process for a couple of recent city initiated rezonings where we did on Hoover and Ashley, South Ashley. Those are city initiated. Those are much smaller. And those probably still took all told about 6 months. I'd have to go back to the time frame.
It was going from multifamily to single family to alleviate some concerns that property owners were having in not being able to like make changes to their properties.
Yeah. So
it takes
I think 9 months is probably a good target.
Yeah, I would say it takes 3 months just to do public notices. And if you recall, any ordinance, including a map amendment, has to have a first reading and a second reading at council. So some of those months are public noticing, and then it's however many engagement meetings or stakeholder or owner meetings that need to be accomplished. So it's a little bit, and so then it becomes a function of how many owners are in the batch. And so I don't disagree. You probably should consider maybe 9 months or a year, but it's a function of how many parcels are included in any one batch.
If we got a new master plan in between now and rezoning all 4 of these corridors, does that do anything to speed up the process?
Potentially.
I'm guessing, no.
I mean, potentially, but it's still going to be a lot of dialogue with property owners, understanding what they have now, how the use of their property currently and in the future might change from this. So I think
some of the engagement might be shortened because you would presume that they would be participating in the master planning process about developing the recommendation, but there is still the
procedural.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense.
Other questions, comments? Reordering, adding to the list. This is 4 years worth of work.
3.5.
Alex knows Zorro.
But when we're all here 4 years from now, I mean, just think about your sense of accomplishment.
In this memo, I think that I like this list. Should the memo also say something like a master plan update in the light of this new ordinance and considering where this new ordinance may apply would be warranted? I mean, like simple, but just highlighting that like, hey, we're not limiting to this, but we think it should be part of the master plan update process as well.
I honestly don't think that's necessary. I think the city, I can't speak for city council, but I think that they are of the same mind that you are, that they understand that a master plan needs to be undertaken. We got to find a way to do that. I don't think it hurts, but I really don't think it's necessary.
Okay. You can convey that to Commissioner Tisch when you go to council. Yes.
Sorry, I'm getting to the time of the night where I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I mean, I could, but we want to remember that these sites have been master planned for, right? And yes, we all want to do another master plan, definitely, but we don't want to freeze ourselves in amber while we're waiting to do that. And so I think, the more we can, keep reminding everyone that this is well underpinned by the master plan elements, and whatever procedural documents that we have, the better.
Yeah. This was, yeah, a fair point. Anything else?
Voice vote would be fine for this one.
All right. All in favor of the motion that's as drafted effectively, please raise your hand. Say yes.
Yes.
Yes, that's everybody. Okay. Next is communications, which is just letting people know who wrote in. We did get a couple packets this week, a couple batches of communications. We do have item number 7 is public comment. So if anyone is still on the line and would like to make a public comment on any topic, you can feel free to talk for up to 3 minutes. You can raise your hand and signal that you're interested in providing that public comment by pressing *9 on your telephone. And like before, staff will call on you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. So folks who are on the line, if you want to provide public comment, *9 on your phone indicates that. Going once, twice. Okay. Item 8 is adjournment. Moved by Commissioner Milstein, seconded by Commissioner Dish. All in favor, please say yes or raise your hand. That is everyone except Commissioner Hammerschmidt. There she is. Commissioner Lee, you're back with us just in time to adjourn. Thumbs up for adjournment. All right, excellent. Have a good night. Thank you very much.
Hey, Brett, quick question.